Alright, this is definitely not the early morning that I'd said it would be yesterday, but at least I can say I am back to do more things. So that's a plus. I've already stuck some gloves on, because I know me and I'll forget, and then I'll get covered in crud and be upset about it. So, yeah. Okay, last I left off with this, I was fussing over the surface of it. It's occurred to me today that I want to texture the surface afterwards anyway, so why am I even bothering? So I'm gonna not bother with that. I am, however, gonna heat up some more of this and use it to plug a little bit of a gap in here. But after that point, I'm gonna try not to faff with this too much, and then hopefully I can start carving some stuff. So let me just take a wander over here. And I know I said yesterday I need to set up cameras over here, but also it's just not a thing. It's not a thing. It can't be a thing. The cameras will not reach. So there is no point. It's not like I'm over here for that long. So, okay. Literally just to warm up some clay. So screw it. I just want to make this super pliable. And then I can literally just smooth it over things and stuff. And that should be fine. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Right. Where do I want to take this? I want to take this bit in up here. The only thing I'm concerned about is having bits very solid underneath. Great. But also, because everything this is modeled on is soft, it's likely to bow and break, and that is less cool. So I'm going to try and work on this whilst things are soft and pliable. And then as soon as they're not, I'm going to heat gun them again. That just seems to be the safest way of approaching this whole thing. But yeah, as far as making the shapes, yeah, great. Using the little wire tool rake doogad. Awesome. Managed to even everything out nicely. But, yeah. Now I just kind of need to be just a little careful with everything, really. And as everything cools off, I'm going to need to heat it up again. But yeah, don't think I'm going to have to get that to unless I was smart. I might be able to. I might have just had a bit of a brainwave as far as the heat gun goes. I'm going to need to heat all of this up to make it, yeah, even vaguely viable. That's fine. Is okay. Yeah, it occurs to me. So, the main thing I want to avoid is overloading any sockets, because heat guns get hot. And when you have electrical appliances that get warm, you got to be really careful with the sockets that you're using. So my primary concern this whole time has been making sure I'm using one socket exclusively for the heat gun. But it occurs to me what I can actually do is plug an extension cord into the one socket and only have the one heat gun plugged into the extension cord. So I'm still only using one socket. I'm assuming that's then fine. I'm not an electrician, but I'm assuming that's then okay. So, yeah. Plus, I'm using it in bursts anyway, so it's not like it's constantly on, which I'm hoping also works in my favor. So, bear with me a second whilst I try and clear off a little bit of space over here, because I reckon I can then move the camera to actually face what I'm getting up to, which would be kind of huge, to be honest. I can then plug this in here. In theory, that should solve a whole bunch of my problems. And I can still leave it over here to cool off when I'm not using it, which is also huge. Right. So, to that end, I think the view is going to be a little bit terrible, but kind of just is what it is on that front. Really. Is that get it? That should. Yeah. And I'm also kind of accidentally getting the step ladder in on this, because I have the webcam on a step ladder, because of course I do. It's just a few points. So, as a means of trying to prove my point, I wonder whether I can. I will not know how effective this is because I can't view my laptop screen whilst I'm here. Also, I kind of need to point this away from here whilst I'm gunning it, so, you know, try and not damage anything. As it gets warmer, you can kind of see the oils on the surface of the clay. So, yeah. That's how I know I'm actually doing. I'm just trying to do it bit at a time, because it cools down very quickly. I suppose I could run the slow cooker again, like yesterday. That is an option. This bit's gonna suck. Purely because it's on that. It's gonna suck. I'm gonna have to cool it along there. Then also, didn't I establish yesterday that this bit doesn't matter? Because this is the upper edge anyway. Pretty sure that was a thing I decided yesterday. But, well, it's fine. I remain something of a perfectionist. At the very least, I don't cut corners. Really. I mean, you know, the silly things, yes, I will try. But the things that actually matter, no. I will do everything the hard way, if it is the right way to do them. Okay. Better than it was. Better than it was. Yeah, that's gonna suck. That's a lot of what I was concerned about. As far as things kind of falling off and becoming deformed, etc. Why are we choosing to run our motorbike now? Now that I'm outside trying to do things, why is there a motorbike? I'm hoping that the noise gate on my mic is decent enough that it doesn't matter, but I'm not sure. I'll just assume it's fine for now. We live in hope. Or something akin to that. Fairness, I don't think it's going to take me, well, he says, shouldn't take me too long to get all of this to a point that I'm okay with. Shouldn't take me that long. Well, this is too solid now. See, that's the other thing, is that I can't really have the heat gun and the slow cooker going at the same time, again, because socket rules. So, yeah. I'll just have to rely on the heat gun for now. That seems pretty doable. I'll run it on the highest setting until I can feel it's actually warm, and then I'll knock it right back again. Just quicker. And then I'll just heat up a little bit at a time. Until it becomes shiny. Then I'll know I can use it. Must be a better place I can leave this. Something that isn't gonna damage anything. That's fine, the metal bit's not touching that, so... Right. Nice little soft bit. Plug this gap up here. Yeah, this is way better. Good grief. Yeah, it's worth spending the couple of seconds warming a thing up to then just be able to smooth it straight on. Unbelievably helpful. Again, it's that whole flex that's going to be a problem. But my plan for today is to get all of this in place, everything tooled to an extent that I'm okay with. And then, realistically, I'd like to mold it today. That's the ideal. Again, frustrating that I can only really do one at a time, but no, it is what it is. Kind of got to deal with it. Because there's no way that I'm going to be able to do more than one. I don't have any, like, expressly brush-on molding gear. So, I'm kind of just looking to do this with silicone and be very patient. Probably add a little more catalyst than usual, just so that it's a little stiffer, a little sooner. That'll be fine. yeah, that's the plan. I'm reasonably okay with how most of this has turned out, in fairness. Reasonably cool with it. Whack these bits in the slow cooker and go. That's not bad. Not bad. I'll probably get away with using a little bit in here. Yeah, just about. Just about. But past this point, I really ought to warm things up again. That's just going to be a lot of back and forth, that's all. No biggie. I have to remember that the clock's changed today. So I'm going to get an hour less sleep than I usually would for tomorrow morning. I have to be kind of mindful as far as packing everything up in decent time today. Because I still intend to be up early tomorrow. Whether I'm up early enough for the gym or I'm up early enough to get something done on this, I don't know yet. It depends what I manage to do. The intent is to go to the gym, but I'm not going to hold myself to it currently. It's just the ideal. I feel like I'm eventually going to knock this and hurt myself, but oh well. Still no nice place to leave this over here, which is only slightly frustrating. Probably the best I'm going to manage. Okay. So let's use this to plug this. I keep assuming that if I hold this in my hands, it won't cool down so quickly. But my hands are blocks of ice. So I don't know why I thought that would be helpful. Thought that counts, I guess. For anyone else, that probably works. I know my nan says I'd be a really good pastry chef. Because, you know, pastry, butter, etc. You got hot hands, you're boned. But I'd be fine. Unfortunately, it's never been an interest. So, you know, doesn't really mean a whole lot, to be honest. How am I going to get this to stay where it ought to be? That is the question. I don't think that's going to matter a whole bunch, in fairness. Don't think. Don't think it will. Right. Let me have a little look at this front face, because at the minute it is pretty rough than I knew it would be, so I'm not all too bothered. The intent was very much to build it up so I could knock it back again. I think that'll be fine. As long as I've got enough material on there to strip off again, then it's no big deal. Minute, I'm thinking I might need to whack a little bit more on there. Yeah. None of this is warm enough, so let's go do the thing again. That's going to be a lot of it. That's fine. I got fine. I got I can typically hear the shift in when it actually starts to get warm. It makes a slightly different noise. Please don't. Roll that up, whack that. Smooth it in a second. At least get it on here before it cools off too much. And is there anywhere else that's bothering me? A little bit in here, I suppose. All of that around there is pretty much fine at this point. And then I will just scrape this along. To fill in as many of the gaps as I can. And then I'll take the rake to it again, little wire tool, and try and square everything off again. It's very much uneven at current. If I can make it as even as possible from the get-go, it's going to be less irritating down the line. So let me take this. Let's see. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah. That is pretty good. Alright, better than I thought it was going to be, for sure. Nice. What about up in here? It's supposed to be up at an angle. So let me try and extend this bit slightly. Smooth that out. I've got to decide whether I'm being too fussy with it. Because objectively, yes, but also what's the correct degree of fussy to be here? How much does it actually matter? How mad am I going to go with all the little fragments that this gives me? It annoyed me yesterday as well. All the little shavings. What is it today? Sunday? Yes, because it's Mother's Day, isn't it? That is a thing. Not a thing that applies to me particularly, but it's still a thing. I remember thinking yesterday, oh, the usual game days are Sundays with all the guys anyway, and then remembered, wait, they'll all be busy with their respective mums for the day. Fair cop. fine. Sundays are usually my admin days anyway. So I spent my morning sorting a load of stuff out. It's really boring stuff, like, hiding things away and yada yada yada. Just mundane bits and pieces, really. Kind of stuff that it's just good to have done and dusted and set ready for the next week. So I'm actually good to go on that front. All my work stuff's ready, etc. Yeah, that's my usual Sundays, is admin mornings and then mates in the afternoon. But given that everyone's occupado today, thought, hey, there's a very good excuse to A, lie in this morning rather than go stream, and B, get on with some more stuff. Why is there a little chunk that's stuck on here? That's annoying. Okay, this is looking pretty okay. I think try and flatten off this edge a tad. Beyond that, I'm reasonably cool with how everything is looking. Again, the surface actually isn't going to matter a whole bunch because my intent is to texture it anyway. Just not currently sure how to do that. That's where research is a thing, so it's fine. I can look into that separately. No biggie, to be honest. No biggie. That looks about right. Okay. So, to that end, let me gather up all the little bits of stuff, whack them in the slow cooker, and then yeah, kinda want to start carving stuff, really. See how that goes. I laid my pattern for this on top earlier, and it all checks out. Everything still is the right size and shape, etc. So yeah, that seems fine. All of this seems reasonably okay. The upper edge, I need to get over myself with, to be honest, because it literally is of no consequence. I'm going to have to build walls onto all of this. That's going to be interesting. I'm debating whether I try to build walls now before I carve stuff, or I try to do it later after I've detail into everything. I'm inclined to say before, just so I don't wreck anything. So I might roll with that, to be honest. So I'm going to try and build in under here and up around here so that I have a border that all the... Now isn't even doing anything. A border for all the silicone to run to. Might help slightly, who knows. Yeah. Basically, I'm just making a wall so that the silicone doesn't go everywhere. So let me go heat up some more of this. should be able to heat up a big old chunk of this time. I'm going to be using a lot of it in one go. So I can justify it, really. I can feel it going pretty floppy. Yeah. Cool. So, then going to take off a big old chunk, whack it in down here, try and build this in. And I will smooth it with a proper tool later. But for now, if I can just get it on before it goes hard again, which it already is only slightly irritating. Just want to plug a load of the gaps. Build up a flange. Flange is one of those words. Just feels like a gross word. It's not. It just feels gross. Don't weird myself out for no reason. Great. Happy Sunday. I'm going to see if I can try and encase some of the nails in this as well. Ideally. Just as a means of trying to keep everything a little bit more stable. That's all. Yeah, I'm going to have to heat this up again. Unfortunately. I can just about fit an extra piece in there. That's fine. Okay. I can get away with this. Screw it. Screw it. And going up there. Yeah, no, that was wishful thinking. Ain't no way. So, where is... There it is. I'm just going to try and move this in a bit. Just trying to close the gaps more than anything else. I don't need this bit to look nice. This is just to serve a purpose, and that's the full extent. Yeah. This bit can be a disgusting mess for all it really matters. Main thing is, I have a flange and a wall. That's the main thing. I need to finesse anything later, then I'll just do so, really. But this is why I was thinking I should probably instate this before I do all the nice things. Because there's every chance that I'll ball something up in the process and then be really mad about it. Yeah, I'll do this first. Kind of knit all of these pieces together. I can see where they are already threatening to separate, which is uncool, frankly. Getting there. As I say, plan is to have all of this modeled, engraved, and at the very least, ready for molding. But realistically, I think I can probably mold it as well. Probably can. It depends, because my perception of time is genuinely horrendous. So at the minute, I'm looking at this like, yeah, I got time for that. That's fine. I might just be an absolute idiot. And I just end up having to wait and do it another time. I have to plug this gap. That's annoying. But okay. Again, it's why I'm doing this now, so I can see where all the gaps are and are threatening to be. If I keep knitting all of these bits together, this is realistically fine. This can be nest, as can this. And this is a problem. Wants to be in there like that. It's kind of just being denied. That really doesn't want to knit in there at all. Not even a little bit. All right, well, I'll just warm up some more stuff and come back around again for another go. Not really the end of the world. Not really. I'll warm this up again. Probably try and get something of a wall put in this time as well. this another go. So I want to plug up here first. That's annoying me. Extends to in around here. Also want to plug in up here. That. Smooth that off. Second. Put that up there. And then try to plug this in here. Hope that's more likely to stay where it needs to be. Then, realistically, I'm going to start looking at actually building walls for this. This is where it's going to get interesting. Because they're going to need to be quite big. Because there's going to be quite a lot of silicone that is definitely going to run off of this. You know what? I have an idea. I have a bag full of tin foil that I have used from previous mold and casting projects. And I can make walls from these and then plug gaps with clay after the fact. So that should work out. These are all thin and annoying. Do I have any? Yeah, okay, cool. What about a nice in-between? Seems pretty doable. So my thinking is I can literally make walls from these and then join them with clay after the fact, and then I'm not using a ton of clay to try and sort these out. It should be quicker, in theory. Emphasis on theory, but it should be quicker. Yeah. Yeah, I'll fit that one in down there. Which is fine. Need to make this bit taller. Okay. Better. Again, if I had a load of Lego bricks, this would be great. Easy. But alas, I am Lego-less. If I'd taken a second, I could have thought of a joke to go in there, but I decided against it. It is slightly shameful, realistically. Okay. I can then use this and plug the gap. If I have it overlap into what will be the next wall, and smush it into the next one as well. So maybe that's what I end up doing with the entire day today. Priming everything for being molded and then molding it when I next get a minute. Whenever that ends up being. Because realistically, I don't know. I could still maybe somehow end up doing it today. I just do not know. I'd like to do everything today. I get the feeling that's not going to be how this goes. So, you know. I get stuff in here? Probably. Let me see. I whack that in there. I've got a bunch of these that I can whack in here as well. It's going to end up being quicker than just building a clay wall. I don't know. I hope so. But I don't know. It might be. It might be. Then with a chance. I feel like it covers more ground. I just fold it all in along there. And it ought to be liquid tight. Ought to be. I don't like how close that is to that. That's better. It needs to be a tall wall. This is the thing. I'm probably going to be doing this for a while, to be honest. It's what, nearly 2 o'clock now? Oish. Alright, well, I'll try and be efficient with my time, but also, there's a point to being efficient, and if you're quick but you cock it up, it doesn't really count. So, yeah. I'll try to be good with my time, but realistically, it takes as long as it takes, you know? As long as I'm plugging the gaps, it's all that actually matters. This is all ice cold, which is of no use to me. So, what else have I got? Oh, I got tons here. Easier to bend and wrap the smaller pieces. But I can use some of the old ones to fill out the new strips. Some of the old really thin twiddly bits. I double them up. I still think this is going to end up being quicker than trying to do just clay. It's going to take longer to form those than it is to just piece these together and use them. Probably get away with that up there. I never smoothed this off. Just realised. Guess I just got distracted, huh? Sounds about right. Quickly checking to see whether the camera's still working. It is. Which is a miracle, I suppose. Okay. Probably whack that in up there. Something like that. Suppose what I could actually do, even go so far as to You're not going to stick, are you? Nope. Alrighty then. Fairness, I shouldn't need to. I can definitely put tape on the outside, though. Yeah. So if I just fill in the insides with clay, I can... Oh, wait. I can, stick tape on the outside. That's pretty good. Right. Do this again. And I'll smush it on the inside. And as I say, I can just use tape on the outside. Make something that is liquid tight. Whack a little bit in here. Right. More walls. Maybe an outside wall. I just whack that in here real quick. Feel like I can at least try. Just attempt to fill that gap. At least a little bit. Okay, I definitely want to plug back along here as well. So actually, probably get away with that. Also, don't mind my hair, it's just wet. Not like greasy and disgusting, it's just wet. I never bother blow drying my hair because it just goes fluffy and massive, so I just leave it to dry on its own. It sorts itself out. I need to fill this in as well. Definitely gonna need to fill that in. I also need to try and remember to take pictures of stuff as I go. So I am just constantly forgetting. And I'm going to have to just rip stuff from Stream at some point. The build book, etc. Okay, that's better. Still want to stick a bit in up here. Because there's really not enough surface area. Not really. Okay, that's better. And probably a bit up top as well. Along here. I stretch this bit out as well. Yeah, that's better. It's just safer, you know. Better to have and not need than to need and not have. My stance. My stance on most things, actually. I'm always over prepared for stuff. But it comes in really handy. The amount of times somebody's needed something very specific and I've just had it. At least a handful of times. And you know what? That's enough for me to justify it. So I'm gonna roll with that. I'm probably just gonna have to call that good enough, to be honest. Because the more I faff with this, the more it's gonna rip itself open and be irritating. So yeah, whatever. Whatever. Again, I can sand stuff down after the fact. So I needn't be too pressed on that, really. Not really. Okay. So, if I were to make another thing. What other little bits have I got kicking about? I can probably use a bunch of these, all things considered. Okay. That gonna be thick enough? Don't think it is. But can use it to thicken another thing. What other small bits have I got that I can whack in here? Still got bits of clay on it. That's useful in of itself, I suppose. Right. That's not bad. In fact, that's probably the best one I've managed to make so far, realistically. We're doing from the inside to the outside. I'm going to join you from the outside. If I can smush it going in. But to do so, I'm going to need to heat up more clay. Huzzah. Where has the bit gone that I have been warming up this whole time? Did I leave it somewhere? Or did I just, like, actually use all of it? I feel like I probably just left it somewhere. Oh well, that's fine. That is a floppy thing. I can't say the things I was gonna say. So don't even worry about it. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. That's much quicker. Hell yeah. Nice. Got a chunk there that I can fit in. Do it on the inside edge. And that should be okay. Should be. Basically, I want to try and use all of this while it's still warm, pliable, and helpful. And go through after the fact and faff with stuff. That's whatever. Main thing is plugging the gaps whilst they present themselves. Actually done a pretty good job. Pretty much what I wanted from this. Okay. Peel everything off down here. A lot of that doesn't feel particularly secure. I can heat up some more and go through that retroactively. That's no biggie. Take that in up here. Seal that off. Seal this off with a big old chunk in here. Then obviously this gap is mass. So I'm just going to put a bigger bit in there. Screw it. That's then fine. Okay. Plug this massive hole. Nobody clipped that. That shouldn't be a problem, really. Don't like what's in down here. So I'm going to fix it. And smooth this. Bring this up. Better. And then less stressed out over that, which is nice. So at the filled in, this really just needs to be brought up. Then what have I got left as far as all of this goes? What would happen if I were to do this? Not particularly helpful. What about making more of the annoying scrappy bits and fill in this with them? If I did that. That seems pretty okay. Yeah, I can live with that. Right. That needs to come right out of the way. That seems doable. So, let me go warm more things up. Actually, I should probably have a drink while I'm here, because I will forget. And then I'll wonder why my head hurts. That will be fine. Oh yeah, that's more than fine. Awesome. Right. Plug this gap in along here. Mush a chunk in here while I'm at it. Fill this, that. Plug this, that. Everything's much quicker when it's warmer. Actually, a little bit nuts. Fill this in. Move it all in. Actually definitively fill the gaps. I wonder if I can fix any of this while I'm here. Maybe. And kind of fix some of this. That's a plus. Rather make them too deep and too shallow. So I can always file them off after the fact. So that's whatever, really. That and fills that in. Now, as far as casting stuff, I'm going to have to cast it at a bit of a weird angle because it's, it's a weird shape on a curve. So I'm going to have to do the details now and then set it up balanced precariously when I actually come to mold it. So, yeah, that is a thing. So I would say, I probably need to put the details onto this next, which I'm sweating pretty aggressively over, I can't lie. How have I managed to get this to go in the wrong direction? Logic would dictate it goes in like that. It goes like this. So now I'm confused. Let me double check a reference very quickly. Let's see. Yeah, according to this, it slopes up. So I don't know how I've managed to do that. I want to make sure I'm doing it right. So that end, it's meant to slope up. How am I meant to? Surely I can just shave it off after the fact. That needs to go there. I don't enjoy that this doesn't line up. Okay. I will take it for what it is. Where? This one? Yes. I shall draw in a line that needs to be same for down here. I at least know where that sits. This goes on like this. Okay. So I'm hoping all I have to do from here is kind of indent along what I've drawn and have it come out on the actual thing. That's the plan. So I'm now going to very gingerly trace all of these with the spiky thing. In the hopes I can kind of add to it retroactively after the fact. That's the hope. And then this. Hoping just do that. I kind of wanted to make this bit 3D anyway. So if I can at least mark where it wants to go. Then I'm thinking I make this as its own shape. Literally lay clay on top of this. And that is then how I do the thing. In theory, yeah, I can see enough of that. Nice. Camera can't see, but I can see. So, I'm then going to that. Around here. Down. Okay. That gives me a rough idea of where all that goes. Then, thinking what I'll do is I can actively seek out a blunt pencil. Actually, this should work. This should work. I don't want it to be too scratchy. Thing. Just doing the detail might take me a while, to be fair. There's going to be a lot of finessing with this. Fairly dumb amount of finessing. But, right sort of premise. Then it's just trying to get all the little flakes of stuff out the way. Really annoying bit. And it's how much I actually mind that being a thing. Whether it's kind of thematically appropriate. What I don't want is to wind up inadvertently using the theming as an excuse for cutting corners. That's not what I'm about. I'm not interested in that. I want to make sure I'm doing this properly. I appreciate that the way I've got the camera set up means you kind of can't see anything. I apologize. I don't have a means of setting anything up so that you can kind of reliably see what I'm doing. And show the camera after the fact. But at the minute, I just kind of don't have a means of, really showing what I'm up to. feel like this would be easier to do if it was cold. No, can I leave it in the fridge or something? That help? Maybe it would actually be better if it was warmer. Maybe that would be the strat. Suppose I can try heat gunning it and see if that helps with anything. This one down here is actually not too bad. The annoying little flaky bits I don't enjoy. Just ends up making a horrible ruddy mess. I'm not a fan. It makes me wonder whether there's a better way of doing this. Get rid of these bits. I definitely want to make it nice. Maybe that's the strat. Maybe less scrapey, more pushy. It's just trying to find the way of making like the least messy sort of marks with this. I don't like scratchy. Not a fan. So I definitely don't think I'm going to be molding this today, because I'm going to be faffing with this for ages. Trying to figure out the best way of making marks with stuff. See, that's then getting better. The outsides are still horrible. Unless I do that. That's definitely better than it was. I think it's just going to be a case of trying to remove bits as I go. I don't think there's necessarily a nice way of doing this, unless I scrape everything off, get rid of the little bits. I'm wondering if I can be smart about it. I'm wondering if I can push something onto it, flatten it all back out again. So let me try it, because I've got the feeling it's not going to do what I want it to do. But even so, realistically worth a go. So let me take something flat. Yeah, flat without having a ruddy surface on it though. That'll do. Let me see if this helps my case. Not quite, but it didn't go as badly as I thought it would, so that's something. I think it's just going to be a case of being really picky with it. Also trying to get the right angle. Something tells me this is the part that's going to take me the longest. That's fine. I know what I want from this. And I will not rest until I achieve it. I may end up having to do some of this off stream, in fairness. It's going to take me too long. I'll see how it goes. If I'm able to save myself some time, I might end up having to do so. Trying to decide the extent to which certain aspects of this matter. I think I'm going to be annoyed if I don't do it properly. So I don't think that's any real contest. Not really. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up fussing over this for a very long time. So I'm not going to hold out a lot of hope for actually getting the molding done today. But if I can at least have most, if not all, of the carving sorted, then that in of itself is kind of a win, really. I'm just definitely going to be here for a while. So, yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. Let's try and find a way to make that look better. Probably need to find another tool to do that bit with. That's fine. I can at least get this to be vaguely symmetrical. That would be super cool. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get rid of the tiny little fragments. I'll probably just Google it. This is definitely not an isolated problem. Probably find people just say, yeah, heat it up, you'll be fine. Only leave the annoying little shards when it's cold. Okay, fair enough. I can try it in a second, it's fine. Yeah, I definitely want to make the snaky thing 3D, so that's a thing.
So that'll just be a case of laying clay on top of the pattern itself. You get the shape, and then just whacking it on after the fact. Pretty easy, really. Pretty okay. Definitely think this is the right sort of size tool for making these marks. As far as the depth of everything, I'm not totally sure. Figured I'll start deeper. I don't want anything to get lost in the sauce. I can clean the gaps up after the fact. No biggie. Okay, do I have something that would be good for this? I just use the back of this. Is that going to help me? Kinda. Kind of is. What about straight up? Straight up using this. Okay, interesting. That is a strong maybe. Maybe I use that, kind of neaten everything off again. And then I go back through. Yeah, maybe it's just going to take several passes to get this to go right. Maybe. Maybe. It's just the annoying little shards that are a pain in the ass. But again, if I'm doing a texture on top of this later anyway, are they going to matter? As long as my lines are clean. Is anything else really going to matter? Probably not. My thinking. I can absolutely make the lines clean. He says as he scuffs it. Gap between those just isn't big enough, that's all. See, that's them becoming too curved. So let's say I do that. Looks good for some of them. Less great for others. Let me go in with the real fine sucker. Try and, like, actually finesse some of this. Yeah. It works better cutting away an entire piece rather than just digging it through. I think it's just going to be a lot of making marks, smoothing stuff, making more marks, smoothing more stuff. But actually digging out material seems to be helping quite a lot, rather than just carving into it. This ends up taking a really long time. The next time that I'm doing this, I'll set up like an overhead view, because it'll be worth it for that, really. As I say, it kind of does just depend on how long I'm doing this for. I get the feeling this may end up being one of those things that takes way longer than it was ever meant to. Purely by the nature of what it is. A minute, I'm getting a bunch of tiny little clay fragments getting stuck in various. Super annoying. But the more I kind of cut away, the better it's starting to look. So I do think I have a legitimate strategy going on here. It's just going to take quite a lot of time to see it through. But that's whatever, really. I mean, I came into this knowing that this was, option A was the hard option. It's the one I kind of wanted to do right from the very beginning, in all honesty. But, I thought, if there's a quicker, easier way of doing this, and then no, there isn't. Not if I want to do it properly, then there just isn't. It's just going to take me a very long time, because if it's taking me this long to polish one small swirl, it's going to take me a very long time to do the rest of the thing. Well. It's my own fault for refusing to compromise. So I will just take the L. And accept that I'm going to be here for a while. Going to be a lot of faffing around with these. I can feel it. Going to be real annoying. Just know it is. Starting to wonder if it'd be easier to just make a swirl and insert it into a gap. Maybe. Now, this is fine. This is fine, and it will eventually all be fine. Just have to get it to that point. Whatever. I just need to try and not be so friggin' OCD with it. There's no reason it needs to be that deep. try and get it to be clean. Realistically, these are deep enough. I can just gouge it a little bit. Less push, more remove, I think. That was the consensus. Just kind of shovel chunks of it out. Should be able to get a cleaner line going. Just all the annoying little fragments. As I say, I wonder if heating it up would make a difference. That looks nicer. Prefer that. I can just get rid of all the annoying little bits. I think that's the issue. Getting rid of the fragments is just difficult. There must be a better way of doing this than what I'm currently doing. There has to be. Maybe I'm just going too deep for them, and that's the problem. Maybe if I keep it shallow, it'll be easier to tidy. For the minute, it's a living, breathing hell. And I feel like it's not meant to be this difficult. Yeah, right now it's a mess and I hate it. I'm wondering whether it even needs to be a disgusting mess. Maybe I go one step further with it and I keep it a mess. Then after the fact, I just sand it. Once everything's been cast, etc., I just sand it. That's what I'm wondering. My original plan was to try and carve all of this into a finished section anyway. Because I knew that I'd get these annoying little fragments that hold up my progress. What if I did it like this? You get line. Yeah, maybe I just carve it. Except that there'll be some annoying little extra bits. Oh god, now what? Yeah, I know, go away. have to set alarms for various things because I will forget if I don't. And I've decided I don't care. I don't care about my alarms, alright? Like, they mean well, but they annoy me too much, so... Ooh, can I just... Ah, okay. Maybe that's how I approach this. Maybe that's what I do. I can still take away sections, because I think if it's deep, it just looks dumb. Maybe that's how I fix all of this. Do a thing, and then I rake it to oblivion after the fact. Okay. That seems a little better. Still have to kind of hack away a bit, but it seems a little better. This whole thing's ended up a massive mess. Alright, I hate all of this, so what I think I'm going to do is fill all of this back in again, and then try a different strat. Because I'm bashing my head against the wall right now. There's no reason. It's not solving anything. Why am I doing that? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fill these in. Pretend none of this ever happened. And try a new strat. There will definitely be a better way of doing this. I know there is. I just don't know what that is. How else can I approach this? The little fragments are just maddening. But let me think. Wonder if heating it up would be better. I hate everything about the way it looks. So what's my new strategy going to be? wonder if heating it up would help. Because I don't want to be making the mess that I currently am. Annoying. It'd be as simple as... Okay, well... Gives me ideas, if nothing else. Maybe that's been the problem. Maybe it's been too gougy and not pushy enough. Which is why I originally wanted to do this with a super blunt pencil. Got any that are just no good to anyone? Oh, they're all pretty functional. A whole bunch of sculpting tools. They're just not out here. I think that's the issue, is it's been gouging stuff too much. What about all of these? Any of these? No, they're all too pointy. I don't really want to use any Dremel bits because they're for that. What about, like, any thin paintbrushes I could use the back of? No. I feel like I'm along the right lines, though. If you stamp it, it doesn't go weird. That's probably going to be what I end up needing to do, rather than trying to carve anything. Because carving it just makes a mess. Then again, if I just leave it as a mess, cast it as a mess, and then sand it after the fact, is a method. Realistically, I'm just thinking using this still, it still makes problems for me. I think whatever I do, I'm boned. Really. So what do I want to do about that? How do I want to approach this? Realistically. I think do this again. I think I draw on top of these with a pencil rather than something spiky. Then ideally a pencil that is sharp to some extent. Maybe that's how I do this whole thing. I hadn't considered that. Let me see. me see what this does. I'm not expecting miracles, but also it'd be kind of good if it worked. Okay. Well, it makes the marks, which is a plus. So, I wonder, do I have... I can steal some of that. I'm wondering if I lay cling film on top of this before I do stuff. I'm wondering if that'll help. Can I even see what I'm doing after that? Kind of, actually. I don't think it's helping a whole bunch. Honest. Yeah, no, it just doesn't help at all. Alright. Nice premise. But genuinely non-functional. Maybe I just use this and push rather than much else. Just start from up here. I feel like pushing it is going to be the way to go, rather than dragging it. I need to push it with something that's... It needs to be like a fine... Again, pencil, yes, but also no, but also kind of yes. But also, yeah. Let me see. This one is completely blunt, so... I give it one of those. Then... No. No, that doesn't work either. Okay. So... What about this? Just an actual pencil, straight up. Already having to fill this back in again. Which is unhelpful, to say the least. I'll have to draw over that one again in a minute. What about one of these? I can see this one. And the issue is the little fragments. I'm wondering if I just do this as I go, is this really going to be the best method that I've got? It feels pretty terrible, really. Like, it was nicer to press something than it was to drag it. Like pressing it is less damaging. All of this just creates a mess. I feel like I'm going to get a mess no matter what I do. Yeah, see, even there, still wind up with a mess. Less of a mess, but it's still a mess. Yeah, it doesn't really help me a whole bunch. And it just takes me back to using this again. I think if I just do this, accept it's going to be a mess, leave it as a mess, and then sand it afterwards. Oh shit, I don't want to do that. I want to do this properly, but I have no idea how to fix this issue. And I'm painfully aware that I don't have time to try and figure this out today. Because I have to get to bed an hour earlier. Sake. Right. One last Hail Mary. I'm going to try heating it up first. I'm going to test it on a random panel. Just one of these. Because if it works better heated up, then I know that I just have to heat everything up before I do anything. Because this is now starting to mess with the original foundation. And I don't have time to keep going over the same area again and again and again. So, let me heat this up. Try carving into it. But the minute it's cold, if I carve it, I get a ton of little scrapey, crummy lines. If I heat it up, what happens? Does anything change? Not really. Could argue it's easier to tidy though. Well, actually, maybe that is how I do this. Alright, let me see. Let me draw this back in for the millionth time. And see what happens. In fairness, that looks pretty good. just doesn't show up enough. Which makes me wonder I could kind of get away with that. Right, let me hold this precariously, drop several things, and then see if I can do something with this. Let me see. I can definitely see the details more. So actually, what I'm going to try and do is hell of a long shot, but if it works, it could save me a million years as far as time. Don't think it's going to work, but don't ask, don't get. Yeah, nah. No such luck. But that's okay. I can still see where these are. Yeah. Knowing that it should be easier to tidy these up. And accepting that this is probably just going to be one of those things that takes me a very long time. I think that's just going to be what this ends up as. It'll just be something that takes me a long time. It's going to take a while, and I have to just be really patient and precise with it, I think. I think that's all this is going to be. I do think heating it up is going to make it easier to kind of neaten all the lines, though. I can just kind of smush it back. Do I prefer... Oh, that's too thick. Do you prefer this one? Okay, well now I know. That's not terrible. Not great, but it's not terrible. does seem to be slightly less horrendous after being heated up. So I guess it's going to be another one of those. Great. Fine. I hate things that are quick and easy. Obviously. Obviously hate that. Okay, in fairness, this is going a lot better for having been heated up. So there's something that can be said for that, if nothing else. Maybe I will just have to go with a slightly more disheveled look, which I was kind of wanting to do anyway, so it's not the end of the world, but I'm one of those people, I like clean lines. Can't get clean lines, it is upsetting. Intentional or otherwise, it's still upsetting. Can I just move this? And see, that's then not the worst thing in the world. I just go back through after the fact and tidy up around the edges. Yeah, I think this is just going to take me a while, really. Annoying, but what you're going to do. And I worry that if it's going to take me that long to do these, then what about everything else? And that's why I think maybe I do just leave all of this to be sanded back retroactively. It'll be easier to do that than to keep trying to smooth stuff off. Yeah. I think I can at least do that for this one. And then use it to inform how I approach sculpting the other pieces. Because, yeah, I could run another test and see if that's a thing that helps, but no. Just want to do the thing, okay? I'm done with tests. I hate tests. I don't test things, I just do them. I want to just do things. Tests just waste time. Especially when you already know it's not going to work. So why are you bothering? I've always been very anti-draft. It's not an attitude I recommend, but it exists nonetheless. I'm so anti, like, trial runs. Get on with it. A lot of it tends to be born from frustration. Wanting to get on with things and being unable to do so. I have a real complex around wasting time. Do I even need to sculpt these bits? Can I not just paint these on afterwards? These bits in particular. That's what I'm wondering. I feel like I could. And again, this just feels like a massive waste of time. Hate it. It's getting there, actually. I think I'm starting to develop a strategy. I don't think having all this crap on my glove is helping me. But I think that is making this progressively less terrible. Still don't enjoy it, but it's not as bad as it was. Yeah, I think that's the strategy. I really don't want to have to go to work tomorrow. I swear, I never feel like I have enough time to do any of this stuff. Even when I spend consecutive days working on it, like it doesn't feel like long enough. I never feel like I've achieved enough for the time it's taken me. Okay, great. I have a swirl. Good for me. I can at least draw out where these are meant to go. How on earth did I think that was going to work? Because they're finer details than I think they are. That's what it is. supposed to be that, and then up. How on earth am I supposed to do that? This is where I come back to the idea of just having a strip that I'm setting in. I don't see how I'm supposed to get this to be fine enough. Then it just becomes a mess. So I think what I do with this is I think I sew all of these up again. And I think I treat this as more surface level. I think I've been deep in it on more than one level. I think what I do is go back to this again for the millionth time. And I think this is how I deal with this. Seeing whether I can make any decent enough marks with this that I don't actually have to do much more. It looks nice just drawing on top of this. Not the worst. Not the worst. So I think I just take this and I do teeny tiny super surface marks. I think that's what I do. I think that one's too thick. I think I just have to be really picky with it. I think it's as I say. I can sand down any annoying bits after the fact. I think I just have to take that on the chin and roll with it. Because otherwise I'm going to be here for the next couple of years. So yeah. I think I just leave it at that. And as I say, I intend to texture this anyway. So realistically, even matter that much? anyone going to be up close enough to this, be able to discern that through the pattern that I'm going to end up having on this? I say pattern, texture. Is it going to matter, is the crux of this. And I would suggest the answer is no. So I shall make it as clean as I need to. And beyond that, just got to suck it up. I've been here for 2.5 hours, and I have nothing to show for that, and I'm going to be pissed. It's funny, I'm super patient with some things, and then I'm super impatient with other things. And I can't really discern what dictates that. It just seems to vary. Like, some days I can be obscenely patient with stuff like this. And other days I am irate. No, I think a lot of it boils down to how much time do I have for this today? And if the answer is not a whole lot, then I'm pissed. I think it's one of those, if I didn't have to think about getting to bed on time and going to work in the morning, and it was just like, oh yeah, this will just be, here vibing, waiting for me to get back to it, then fine. It's not. It's annoying. I want to be able to spend all my time doing stuff like this. At the minute, that's not a thing. And I have to put a lot of my time and energy into doing stuff that is of little value to me, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things. Beyond being a means to an end. I don't want to get too deep into work and whatever. Just frustrating, that's all. Unfortunately, I can't really help putting the amount of energy into things that I do. And work's no exception to that. But unfortunately, it's not really something that I'm able to give my all to, because everyone's got their motives, and sometimes, especially in big corporations, motives don't align with yours. And while you may be interested in doing the right thing and making people's lives better, that's probably not going to align with people higher up in the company. Because you don't get to those seats by being a good person. For the vast majority of the time. And it just gets to a point where I'm dreading having to go to work, because there'll be things that I see and things that people do that don't make sense and that I can't fix, because ultimately there is no desire to have them fixed. And that's frustrating. I suppose it's difficult to contend with the fact that there are aspects outside of my control, and that as much as I want to, and historically would have tried, there are certain things that I can't change, and things that I won't be allowed to change. And that's the same with a lot of places. It's like anything political, I suppose. People that want change are not the ones that have benefited from the system being the way it is. Thanks for shattering the mood, Ice Cream Fan. Very cool. I used to enjoy going and getting an ice cream from the ice cream truck. And I realized that I used to feel horrendously ill every time. And eventually caught on to being kind of sorta lactose intolerant to an extent. So I'm fine with like little bits here and there, but I can't do like a full blown ice cream because I just will perish. So, you know, there just comes a point where you have to weigh up the extent to which something is worth it, and then just kind of roll with that. Speaking of rolling with things, this appears to be going better now that I've just accepted my fate. Just kind of leaning into it now. And then who knows? If I wake up tomorrow with enough time to get to the gym, great, I'll go do that. If my alarm goes off and I've only had 4 hours sleep, then not so great. I'll take an extra hour and then probably come out here for a bit before having to go contend with work. We'll see. Just gonna have to keep an eye on the time now. Reluctantly. Very, very reluctantly. And that's a lot of why I prefer doing this stuff in the mornings as well. Because I don't have to think about the time. On my days off. On like work days, then yes, I have to think about the time. But on days off, I can just be out here and doing stuff. Getting on with things. I already managed to get confused here. Is a little impressive. That's something I didn't understand though. Back to ice cream trucks. Ah, I see where I got confused. this. Right. Do I care enough to fix it? Is it going to matter enough? Actually not. I care. I care. I'm lying. I care. Wish I didn't, but I do. Yeah, something I don't get about ice cream trucks. Why do they always come round, like, just before dinner? It just seems like a suboptimal time. Like, you got parents going, no, you'll spoil your dinner. Can't have an ice cream now. Like, rock up after. Like prime time, in fairness, was always when the schools were kicking out. That was absolute, like, golden time. It used to be, like, competition for space outside the school back in the day. Like, you'd have 2 or 3 ice cream vans. And it was whichever one could park closer to the school. You're like, ah, so you won the battle. They'd all be up the same school road, but there was always one that managed to get a little bit closer than the others. And it just made me wonder, like, do you just camp out? Do you agree something beforehand with the other ice cream guys? Like, how do you swing this? Who gets to have, like, the prime position? How do you determine it? I always figured there was some kind of, like, mafia-esque activity that goes on with ice cream guys. Like, you have entire ice cream families, and they run certain patches. And if you rock up on their patch, oof, you're in for it. I remember back in my day, you used to have, like, 99p flakes that were actually 99p. It's not a thing anymore. Nothing is 99 pence. Not truly. Like Freddo. How much is a Freddo now? It's something stupid. They used to be, God, what? I want to say something dumb, like 25 pence. Way back. How much is a Freddo now? Chocolate economy is in shambles. So I feel like Freddo's now like £1 something. I think I think when I was still reasonably young, they'd gone all the way up to like 75 pence. So they're probably £1 something now. God. What has the world come to? Crazy world out there. I do kind of want to look up how much a Freddo costs now, though. I'm actually genuinely curious. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna quickly look up how much a Freddo costs. I typed in Freddo. The first thing that comes up is Freddo price. Oh. Oh, it's 30 pence. Okay. It used to be 10 pence. Good grief. Okay. Oh, and there are people kicking off that they found a Freddo that had cost £1. Good grief. $1.50 in Melbourne in 2017. That is nuts. In 2000, it was 10p. In 2018, 25p. Oof. 2025, 31 pence. Ugh. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it was, but then again, I didn't remember them only being 10 pence, so, you know, take that for what it is. I've got more crud on my thumb. It's causing problems. At least I have a kind of strategy at this point, though. Strategy being just suck it up, walk away. More or less. I can kind of get away with doing that. That's then I just go around and neaten the lines again. Not the worst strategy. Best, but it's not the worst. Yeah, I think this is just one of those things I'm going to have to be really patient with. Fine. Whatevs. That's going to take me a really long time. It's taking me this long just to do these, then good grief. The rest is doomed to suck. Again, if I'm texturing it after the fact, does it really need to matter that much? Okay, this thumb is actually screwing over this whole operation right now. Just keeps depositing stuff back onto the thing, which is not what I need it to be doing. I need you to be wiping stuff away, not pushing it back again. It's getting slowly better. Just, a little painful. I don't mind that, actually. That doesn't look terrible. Again, I kind of don't want it to be absolutely perfect. That sort of defeats the purpose, but I'm then having to fight with my own OCD over how much I want to care. And that's where I've been struggling this whole time, realistically. Trying to determine how much any of this matters, really. I got a horrible feeling I'm going to end up faffing with these for way longer than I should. No, call it a hunch. Well-founded hunch. Let's just try and not do that. And jump into carving a new one. Or at least starting to. Otherwise I'm going to be here forever, so... I mean, there's a degree of acceptance that's come at this point. As far as this taking me ages. But even so, it would be nice if I could get all the swirls in on this. And then I completely accept that I will not be molding this today. No way. Definitely not happening. it's just going to take a while. Fine, I guess. Guess that's fine. It so isn't, but yeah, I'll sort the camera out when I come to do more of this, that it's not just pointed at the freezer over there. In fairness, I thought I'd be using the heat gun more than I have been. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's why I'm suffering so much. I'm just making my life difficult for no reason. Which, in fairness, would be exactly like me. So. And it all feels pretty soft here, so I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal. Then it is also fragmenting to absolute oblivion, so maybe I do need to heat it up again. Maybe that would actually help. Should be able to get a bunch of this. Oh, we can. Don't do that. Why would you do that? Okay, well, progress. Progress exists. It's been slow and painful. And I feel like something has to give, but progress remains progress. Kind of prefer blending it all back in a bit. I don't mind it being a little messy and disjointed. That's not really a problem. Time. Ugh, 4:10. Right. I'm gonna have to be agonizingly prompt. Okay. With the time that I get to bed. Or it's going to screw me up for the gym, and then that will screw up my day. And then I'll probably end up skinning someone at work. I'll deserve it, but I'll, probably shouldn't. I feel like I've just been a massive downer all afternoon. I'm sorry, it wasn't my intent. think it is just the frustration of wanting to get more done than I can. Usually how this goes. I love how I started this off like, oh, I just have to keep all of these really shallow and it'll be fine. And then, no, deep, force the deep. Cannot help myself. Those ones look alright. These ones just look kind of messy. I think I might be able to laugh with that. God, I so don't envy you parents. Every time I hear kids just absolutely screaming, I think, my God, I could never. Like I got a lot of my mates at the minute talking about having kids. It's like, cool, you guys go nuts. I'll be a safe distance. Thank you very much. I will rock up to provide obnoxious toys that are super loud and irritating. And beyond that, I will be a long way away. I'll rock up for like birthday parties and stuff. Just provide sugar to a room full of children. Hype them up. Play a bunch of party games. Be really cool and fun and awesome. And then when they start crashing out, it's like, nah, alright, cool. Well, this has been fun, guys, but, ooh, gee, look at the time. I'm off. Bye, Z's. Call me when you need help clearing everything up. I will say, back in the day, my brother and I had some of the coolest birthday parties. Because the family is obscenely creative. We used to have like themed parties and they were excessive. Like the amount of nonsense that and effort that used to get put into these parties, genuinely dumb. So like I had a Harry Potter themed party when I was a small child, and my mum had literally painted like the fat lady portrait and used it as an actual door to this village hall that we'd hired out. It was ridiculous. Like people had to open this painting to get into the party. It was so cool. And stuff like that was just hilariously commonplace at all these old parties. So now I'm looking at my mates like, guys, I hope you realize that the bar has been set incredibly high, and I intend to use all of my experience to facilitate the most ridiculous parties. Take it back, make it really old school, like the tiny packs of hula hoops, party rings, little cubes of cheese on cocktail sticks for no reason, like, classics. Pass the parcel. Always rigged. Whoever bribes me the best can win past the parcel. Just throwing it out there. I wonder if that's ever a thing that actually happened at my parties. I wonder if any of the parents actually tried to bribe whoever was running the music to be like, ah, yes, have it land on my kid, and because it feels like something my nan would try and do. That's why I ask. You'd only do it in jest. It wouldn't be legit, but like, it's the kind of thing that I can just see her doing. She always cheated at Monopoly. Then her argument is like, oh, who doesn't cheat at Monopoly? Don't think that's how this works. Don't think that is how you excuse your crimes. Is well, who doesn't commit fraud? He's not allowed to run the bank whenever we play. Like, that was always her thing. It was like, oh yes, I'll be the banker. No, you won't. No, you won't. She's also a terrible liar though. So, like, you'd know when she was up to no good. She'd start wheezing and laughing. Yeah, huh? Okay, cool. No, I'm sure there's nothing nefarious going on here. I'm one of those people, like, so it depends on the severity as to how effectively I can lie about something. Because for the most part, like, I don't lie. And no, take that for what it is. But if I need to lie about something, I can absolutely lie. 100% I can lie, and you will never know. But it will have to be a fairly dire scenario. Because otherwise, nah, I don't do that. I've never liked playing games that require you to lie about stuff. Like, it just annoys me. I'm 0 or 100, and there's no in between. So I'm either absolutely terrible and immediately clocked because lying is not my thing, or I absolutely storm the entire thing, no one would ever know, and then at the end, everyone is extremely surprised. But there is no in between. And that's why I don't like those kinds of games. Because I have absolutely no way of knowing whether I'm going to be good at it or not. It literally just it either all comes together or it really doesn't. And I have no control over which it is. I'm also glad I made the decision to make the snake 3D on this, because like, I've been leaning on this whole time. So that would have been super irritating to try and redo. It's always something I consider when I'm doing things like this. It's like, okay, so which is my stronger side? Where am I going to end up having to lean? What do I? Because there's always one side that you can like draw better than another. For me, it's always the right side is the one that I'm better at drawing. The left side goes to shit. And then wherever your hand ends up leaning, like okay, do everything that isn't there first. Which frustratingly tends to be the left, where I should be starting. But it's rarely the case. But I always think, like, if you start with your weaker side, at least you can match how terrible it is on the stronger side. You know? Like, you can't. It's much more difficult when you start really well and then find you can't match that on the other side. That's always worse. Okay, this has taken a stupidly long time, but I actually don't hate how it's ended up, so that's a plus. I've just kind of had to be agonizingly patient. Literally every aspect. I'm wondering whether I can then and sort of flatten this off again. That's just going to be unnecessary and upsetting. Ugh, almost 4:30. And I will have to leave at 4:30. So irritating. Such is the burden of the routine I have. But it's essential because I need solitude first thing in the morning. Or again, there will just be violence. It's the only way to guarantee any alone time is to be up and doing stuff at unreasonable hours. All I have. At least I remember to put gloves on. It shouldn't. It takes a million years to wash the stuff off your hands. There's oil, so you just kind of have to scrub at it with exclusively soap for a really long time. Soap and ideally a sacrificial hand towel, because you're just going to get muck all over it. In fairness, I don't hate how this has turned out. I'm not stoked about it, but I don't hate it either. So I'm wondering, just give it a quick one of these. That's not bad, actually. It's not bad. It's not a terrible way of approaching it. The only issue I have is that then it's no longer straight. That's better. Definitely better. Okay, I think there's a strategy for this. It just requires time. Time and patience. And I'm just gonna have to take the L on that. Realistically. I don't see any other way of this working. It's exclusively time and patience. But in fairness, after this, it ought to just be a case of making the snaky thing, whacking that on, and then molding everything. So that's pretty cool. Ah, but then I got these to do as well. Ugh. Okay. That's exactly the same swirly things. Why do I choose to make my life a living hell? Right. Fine, fine. Whatever, it'll be fine. It'll have to be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a while. Okay, well, as I say, it depends how much sleep I get as to whether I'm doing this tomorrow morning or not. Check and see when I'm next off. Feel like it might not be until Thursday. Which will suck if true. I feel like that might be the case. I mean, I've had a good few days of working on this, which is, nice, but, always be longer. I'd rather it was. So, just everything is so time consuming and it gets frustrating being unable to kind of just hack away at stuff. Because a lot of this I can't do early in the mornings because it's going to take too long. I just don't have the time. And that in of itself is going to be crazy frustrating. So I need to be vaguely mindful of setting myself up for being upset. That is a real and present danger. I also feel that the gloves are getting too sticky again. And they stop being helpful and they start being a hindrance. It's 4:30. God damn it. I'm gonna completely screw myself over if I don't pack this up. Realistically. it can only be bad. But at the same time, let me just faff with the remainder of these, and then hopefully I'll be in a position to be a little less mad about it. Ideally, I think I can do that. This matters. That's better. Then begs the question of how long am I going to spend finessing this versus just calling it quits. Moving on and dealing with other things. That's the danger. Getting too sucked into the stupid little details of things. And, you know, to what extent does it really matter? Really? Okay, in fairness, that actually looks quite nice. I don't mind that. Let me just see if I can pick away at this one. Just straighten that out a little bit. See, that's nearly at a point that I'm okay with. Which is better than I'd expected. This top one probably wouldn't even be seen. And straighten that one up a bit. Okay. That's then not the worst. Not the best, but it's not the worst. Ah, that doesn't help. Nor does that. I am absolutely going to get absorbed into this if I'm not really careful. This is good enough for now. I need to just move on. Come back to this in a couple of days. For now, I need to just stop being myself. That is the crux of this. Why are you so wonky? Why do you choose to be so wonky? You were literally fine a second ago. Why have you changed your mind? Do that. Also supposed to be straighter. Why are you not? It's gonna be the part where I completely ruin it all. I can feel it. Because there are time pressures now. It's gonna be where I completely balls it. I've been here before. That's why I'm quiet, because I'm concentrating. I have an inability to walk away from things. Especially if I know I'm not going to come back to them for a while. And I'm particularly bad. Come on, don't do this to me, please. Pretty please. Everything was working out kind of okay. Don't get stuck on stuff, please and thank you. When will I learn? When will I learn to walk away? Ah, my legs. And stood still for too long. Oh, would you look at that? I'm 15 minutes late. There's a surprise. To no one. Least of all me. And hey, would you look at that? All of these are now kind of a weird mess. another surprise to no one. In fairness, I think there might be a strat for fixing them. Edge is still a mess. It's hacking me off. Yeah, this is going to be the part where I just ruin all of them and kind of don't have the time or the energy to care a whole bunch. To be honest. There's no way that this should be taking me as long as it is. So I'm going to have to come up with something to fix that. Not sure what yet, but I'm going to have to think of something. There's no way that I can do this for every single line that I plan to make. Like, it's just not possible. So I think heating it is probably going to be the way to go. As it stands, I've kind of just kept doing. I've kind of just been doing the same thing consistently and then bitching about the results and then doing it again. So, and at one point I actually had these to an acceptable finish. And then I decided I was going to finesse them and then I lost them again. So, yeah. Classic. Fairly typical, to be honest. Now they're a mess and they're wonky. Pretty cool. I don't know why I'm still here. Because there will be no salvaging this now. Like, this is simply a mess. There is less than nothing that I can do about that now. I think I will just need to heat it up to fix it. But again, why have I not just been doing that from the get-go? If that's a thing I think will help, I've just been choosing not to do it. Why? For what reason? Why do I elect to make my life difficult? I have more than one tool that I can use. Where's the other one? Yeah. I do anything with you. And I at least, like, flatten off the sides with you. I can. Okay. Ooh, okay, actually. Ooh, alright. This could be useful. This could be very useful. Those are okay. I don't know why I only just thought of using this. I can use this just to flatten everything out. The angles are the bits that matter. I can just kind of smush it until it's right. That's better. Slightly better. Just take that in up here. Yeah, I should have just been using a flat edge to do this whole time, rather than relying on a curve, which in hindsight is really questionable. I can use the curve to take stuff out of here. But as far as getting straight lines, just use an actually straight edge. Jeez. Oh well, something about no. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say living and learning thing again because it's a lie. Lie. I never will. I'm gonna stop saying it. To get a new line, for God's sake. I think I've just accepted that I'm not going to get enough sleep tonight. I think that's where I'm at. I think I'm just settling into the 4-hour fate. Because that's where I think I'm going to be at, to be honest. I think if I get 4 hours, I've done well. So, who cares? Certainly not me. I've got other stuff to do. I don't much fancy wasting my time. Fitbit trying to tell me that I need to go to bed an hour earlier tonight. Really? You don't say. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just bitching about that. I'm just salty that I can't do more of this today or tomorrow. And it's just really, really hacking me off knowing that I have to drop this and walk away for a few days. That's really, really annoying me. I don't want to. I want to do the thing. But I have no choice. I'm annoyed about it. I will eventually get over myself. Only when I next get the time to come do this. Till then, I will be unreasonably angry. I was reluctant to actually come and do this afternoon because I knew this would end up happening. And then I'll wake up tomorrow already pissed off. Irrespective of how much sleep I do or don't manage to achieve, I will be angry when I get up. Guarantee it. I shouldn't still be here. Shouldn't still be here. This is bad. This is very bad. This is where it strays into being destructive. Like, this is where it gets kind of dangerous. Because I'm just kind of willing myself to not sleep tonight by doing this. And just kind of okaying it. That's not a good thing. I don't recommend doing that. Don't do that. I am very not good for doing this. It's like I think there's a term for it, but it's like the gamblers have it, where it's like you've invested so much time and effort into something that like when it starts flipping, you're like, well, may as well keep going because I'm here now. That's where I'm at with this currently. Just like, well, I'm doing this all afternoon, so may as well keep trying. Sleep be damned. No. Spite of the horrible mess I'm making of everything. Because I'm rushing. Which I knew would happen, and yet here I am anyway. Still rushing. Doing nothing. Pretty cool. I need to stop ranting so much. I'm just mad. I'm just mad that I can't continue to do the things I actually care about. And I have to go contend with something that has no value because it refuses to accept any value that I could give it. Because the people in charge don't actually care about the value. They care about what they can get out of it. And surprisingly, they can get a lot more out of it. The whole time, it stays a horrible mess. Who knew? I'm so these are not the kinds of things that I should be discussing on stream. But I really, really want a new job. Something that is not what I'm currently doing. Because it's not a good job. I don't care what anyone says. Like, considering the amount of work that you actually have to do, the pay is dirt, and it's just not. It's not worth the toll. Like, it really, really isn't. Nothing about it is worth the toll that it takes on me, on the people I work with. Like, it's just not. And I think I'd be markedly less hacked off right now if I wasn't super aware that I was going to rock up tomorrow to a shit show that nobody's actually interested in trying to fix. Like, it's the existential dread. That's what's really hacking me off. The dread and knowing that I have to leave all of this behind in disarray, part finished, for no real reason. There's nothing that I do tomorrow is going to make a jot of difference. So why am I bothering? I'm going to have to leave, like, imminently. I don't want to leave on a downer, because it's not fun, but I just am so over it. So over it. I want to be contending with this, because this is something that is within my control, and I can actually make a difference. It's the futility, I suppose. Like, nothing about this is futile. Everything about work is. And I'm just over it. You know? Just over it. This whole thing is such a mess. It's only a mess because I've been trying to be quick. I've not been remotely thorough. And I've just kind of accepted everything as a mess. I don't think I need the top one anyway. It won't be seen. Whatever. Whatever. I need to drop it, walk away, close up the garage, etc. At least I've made some progress on all of this today. Doesn't feel like it, but objectively, I have. And as I say, making the snake will be easy. Fine. All of this is going to annoy me. Whatever. Is what it is. I just wish that I had longer. Right, well, crux of it is, I have some swirly things that are here. They're not particularly impressive, gotta be honest. And they're pretty wonky, and it's annoying me, and I'm probably gonna come back to it in a few days and redo the entire thing and think, good grief, why did I waste my time messing about with all of these really wonky lines when I could have just done it like this? So I'm just gonna drop everything and walk away. For real this time. Because I genuinely believe that the next time I come to contend with this, I'll have had a much better idea, and I will just scrub out all of those anyway and start again. So, sod it. Whatever. 4 hours to achieve literally nothing, and I'm definitely not fuming. But the whole point of streaming all of this was to prove that shit goes wrong on a regular basis, and to make the case that you will absolutely waste your time on fruitless endeavors constantly. And while it's wildly frustrating, it's genuinely part of the process. So, yes, I'm pissed and I will remain pissed for the rest of today. But I'm pretty confident that when I come back to all of this, I will come back with a better idea. And then it will be, oh, yo, I was so angry, haha. Anyway, whatevs. Here's the new strat. So I'm just gonna rely on future me to do that shit. So yeah, I'll leave that up to me in the future. And for now, I'm going to call it here. And yeah. Maybe I'll be on tomorrow morning, maybe I won't. Depends on sleep, etc. But for now, I'm just gonna go be annoyed somewhere and consider my options. So, yeah. See you when I see you, really.